Всем привет. Всем привет. Так, проверяем. Изделия мы запустились. Так, не спешит. Так, YouTube все, нашелся. Привет, Витя. Так, ну что, сегодня у нас основной сюжет. Глава, которая вышла позавчера, по-моему. Нет, вру, вчера. Вчера же она вышла. Ну, неважно. По-моему, вчера. Так, я планирую пройти ее полностью, но, скорее всего, это все, что будет сегодня. То есть ни бездны, ни там всяких... А, нет, я знаю, что я еще хочу сделать сегодня. Я хочу сегодня посмотреть на карты. Привет, Ру. Они тоже даны с килом, господи, откуда это слово взялось. Они тоже у нас квестом. Надеюсь, я успею. И я надеюсь, что я буду проходить не 7 часов этот квест. В смысле, основной сюжет. Мне очень хочется быстрее. Так, подождите, но сперва... То, что я пропустила в прошлый раз. Сейчас скажу. Вот вечно они так делают, я не знаю зачем, но я это покажу. Ты все-таки покрутил. Ты получил Скару или нет? А, не хватает. Ну, подожди, так ты крутил и не крутил? Так, все. Собственно, вот они эти опять эту штуку включили, теперь мы возвращаемся в игру. Дубль Моны? Блин. Да. То есть теперь тебе надо еще хотя бы, ну, может, не 90, ну, хотя бы 70. Не, я сильная волевая, да персонаж мне не так интересен. Он мне скорее будет как интересен, как вот а-ля Кадзуха. Но это, скорее всего, на реране, да и то, если в будущем ничего подходящего не будет. Так, собственно, покрутишь еще? Ну, время есть. Так. Мы у нас здесь.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tataris Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me, so all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tataris Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma! Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything. Great! Let's go find out what this Tarasuna mystery is all about.
Подожди, а зачем ты вкинул еще круток 40, но при этом и то? Я что-то не поняла. Ты ж хотел Скару, нет? Или ты и того, и другого хотел?
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. Ugh, if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd know about.
Так, на 40 я остановиться хотела. Но у меня есть анема ДД. А кто у тебя, Казуха?
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma.
А, ну да, Сяо, точно. Я про него забыл. У меня ж он тоже есть.
This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Казу все-таки саб ДД. Ну да, ну для меня, в принципе, все, кто дамажит ДД, по сути.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see. My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive or a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows.
Забавно. По-русски это звучит так, как будто меч расплавился, а потом убил. Но ведь имеется в виду, что товарищ, который его выковал, убил слугу. Нет?
Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
Розан С2, Город 6, Янфей 4. Норм. Ну, кстати, ты Фарузан получил, получается, нового персонажа. Отлично.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in the story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
В принципе, не расстроен, не получил бы ИТа, тогда 100% получил бы ИИ. Но если бы ты не пытался больше кого-нибудь получить, Скару или ИТу. Ну ты, получается, сейчас пропускаешь Эй, или ты ее не хотел? А, ты Аяку вроде ждешь, да?
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabukimono was not a human, but a puppet.
A puppet?
Я не ждал уже, что Лего мне упадет. А, в смысле то, что тебе всего лишь за 40 упало, получается? Гарант.
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
No! Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
50 на 50. Подожди, ну ты 50... Подожди. Ты проиграл 50 на 50 с Моной. Получил Мону, потом вкинул еще 40 и получил Ито. Я вот так поняла. О, господи, какой текст. Ладно. Автор Авада, выдержка 1. Рассказывает, что около 3 часов дня в Татарасуну прибыл юноша, и еще издалека он увидел рабочих, идущих по горной дороге в мастерскую. От шороха их башмаков о камне рождалось ощущение, что эти люди твердо намерены спуститься в город среди скал и обрести в пламени бесценные сокровища. Это чувство не понять тем, кто там не был. Прибывший радостно поприветствовал их и поспешил присоединиться к отряду. Здоровяк выше его на полголовы поздоровался с ним от души, хлопнул по спине и сказал с уважением: «Не верю собственными глазами, господин Миядзаки». Полагаю, обратный путь сюда из Инадзумы выдался нелегким. Лицо Миядзаки расплылось в наивной улыбке и приняло расслабленное выражение. «Почему же, Кацураги? Инадзума владение всемогущего сёгуна. Я плыл на самом стремительном корабле по самым быстрым морским путям. С какими опасностями я мог столкнуться? Есть добрые вести?» «Еще какие?» Эти двое разразились громким смехом и прошли остаток пути, весело толкаясь с другими рабочими. Молодой человек в простой льняной рубахе с платком на голове вглядывался в пляшущее пламя печи. Пламя кузницы не похоже ни на какое другое, поскольку его сила влияет на целостность металла и клинка. Наблюдающий за пламенем тоже был необычным человеком. В руках у него сидела ящерица, а на лице играла улыбка. Горн был огромным, а его сердцевина находилась еще глубже. Сторонний наблюдатель мог бы предположить, что рядом с ним должно быть куда больше рабочих, но человек был там один. Он повернулся только когда Кацураги и Миядзаки вошли. Этим человеком был Нива Хисахиде, офицер оружейной палаты, управляющий Татарасуной. Он происходил из клана Нива, одной из 3 семей, унаследовавших искусство Иссин. Он никогда не соперничал со своими братьями и сестрами за власть и стал главой клана благодаря собственным заслугам. Свидетельством тому может служить, как высоко ценили его высокопоставленные лица. Миядзаки вручил Ниве тщательно завернутый в парчу документ и серьезно сказал: «Как вы предупреждали, ваши старшие родственники в городе не слишком высоко оценили наш план. Но предложение Акамы стоило того, чтобы попробовать, поэтому я нашел поставщика и закупил то, что вам было нужно, согласно списку». Нива прочитал документ и кивнул. «Мы должны испробовать новый метод ковки, поддержит нас Каэдахара или нет». Кацураги нахмурился и вздохнул. Ковка мечей — сложное дело, требующее немалой сноровки. Вы двое уже и так невероятно искусны, и все же упорно стремитесь превзойти самих себя. Эх, боюсь, что если прознает о том господин Нагамаса, опять на его лице появятся такие словоражения. Нива улыбнулся и сказал: «И как же продвигается ковка великого клинка господина Нагамасы?» Кацураги не хотел дурно отзываться о своем начальнике, но и врать друзьям было ему не по душе. Как ни старался, он так и не смог придумать отговорку и проворчал: «Я смотрю, господин Нива, ваши уши теперь в чуткости не уступают рукам. Пристало ли вам слушать шутки таких неучей, как я?» Миядзаки спрятал усмешку. Нива, дослушав, выпустил ящерицу на ладонь Кацураги и собирался что-то ответить, как вдалеке послышались легкие шаги, явно принадлежавшие молодому человеку. Голова заглянувшего была круглой и блестела в свете пламени, как драгоценный камень. Юноша поставил принесенный бенту и кивнув, собрался уходить, но Кацураги откликнул: «А ты? Разве ты не собираешься отведать свою порцию?» Молодой человек было замешкался от растерянности, но потом ответил: «Хорошо, я попробую». «Угощайся, мы здесь все едим одно и то же», — сказал Нива. Юноша снова кивнул и ушел с задумчивым видом. Так, я все верно, это 50-50 и то, но еще вместе с это выпало Синобу. У тебя не было Синобу? Ну, теперь есть. Так, выдержка номер 2. Кабукимоно был на побережье. Солнце уже село на небе без единого просвета, грозовые облака наливались обещанием скорого дождя. Темнота заполнила гладь вод, и сумерки словно бы заставляли облака склоняться перед землей в мольбе. И, подобно им, Кабукимоно опустился на колени, обратившись лицом к морю. Пусто было побережье, никто не знал, чего он ожидает в безмолвии. Время шло, не зная счета, но вот с небес сорвалась черная туча и закружилась вокруг Кабукимоно, словно пелена кошмара. Лишь когда его зрение прояснилось, он понял, туча явилась именно к нему. Издалека приближалась рыбацкая лодка, и огни ее мерцали от дождя и ветра. Туман окутал все вокруг, застилая рыбаку обзор и заставляя причитать: «Сейчас только сумерки, почему же я ничего не вижу? Может ли кто-нибудь указать мне путь?» Черные тучи обрушились на лодку, отчего она окончательно сбилась с пути и врезалась в береговую линию с яростью дикого зверя. В нескольких шагах стоял Кабукимоно и, наклонив голову, вглядывался в грандиозную картину крушения. Так. От рыбака, который совсем недавно взывал о помощи, осталась лишь часть руки с глухим звуком, упавшая к ногам Кабукимоно. Он присел, чтобы получше рассмотреть ее, и ему нестерпимо захотелось откусить немного. Но он не успел этого сделать, ведь темные клубы поглотили остатки лодки. Кабукимоно безучастно смотрел на них, словно медленно пробуждаясь ото сна. Когда он пришел в себя, тучи растаяли без следа, а лодка, может быть, ее снесло грозой, кто знает, уж точно не Кабукимоно. Выдержка 3. Кацураги ворвался с криком: «Господин, что-то случилось с Горном. Я искал господина Ниву, его нигде нет. И от господина Миядзаки никаких вестей. А ведь он так давно отправился за помощью. Вы думаете...» Микоси Нагамаса обернулся, лицо его было печальным, словно на похоронах. Он произнес: «Не хотелось бы вам это говорить, на Кацураги, но господин Миядзаки, может быть, не вернется никогда». Кацураги посмотрел в окно за крепкими плечами Нагамасы. Над морем клубились черные тучи, погружая мир в непроглядную тьму. Словно бы к ним явились вечная ночь, которая не терпится обратиться в чудовище и поглотить всю Татарасуну. Погибло уже больше 10 человек, поэтому воспоминание пронзило Кацураги словно молния. Ну да, именно поэтому не отправились за помощью. Миядзаки отправился в плавание первым. Когда он отплывал, тучи только начали сгущаться. Путешествие с Тарасуной в Инадзуму за помощью обычно не составляло больших хлопот, но Миядзаки не вернулся. Затем был послан второй, третий и четвертый корабль. Пока под лихими небесами навстречу неизвестной судьбе не отплыл сам Кабукимоно. Кацураги, который принял его как родного, очень горевал при его отплытии, но положение в Татарасуне было чрезвычайно тяжелым, и помощи из Инадзуми стоила риска новых жертв. Нива исчез без следа. Вскоре Нагамаса повел поисковый отряд в горы и окрестности города, но без результата. Люди стали думать, не случилось ли с Нивой несчастье, но вскоре беспокойство переросло в подозрение, они начали гадать, не сбежал ли он, чтобы скрыться от правосудия. Подозрения росли, и Нагамаса все труднее было сдерживать ярость и негодование, лицо его стало мрачнее грозовых туч. Вдруг рядом промелькнул силуэт. Его присутствие не осталось незамеченным. Нагамаса выхватил клинок и нанес удар, но лишь рассек тонкую вуаль пришельца. Силуэт покачнулся, и через миг, словно влекомая нитями марионетка, оказалась у него за спиной. Мрачно усмехаясь, он молвил: «Что вы ищете, господин? Уж не Ниву ли?» Нагамаса взревел от ярости. «Как смеешь ты...» «Чего?» «Как ты смеешь трепать своим языком имя Нивы?» Но силуэт растаял под его клинком, будто туман, и вновь появился в отдалении уже в облике чудовищного призрака. «Так это ты убил моих людей?» Нагамаса закричал в гневе и бросился на него, но крепкая хватка Кацураги удержала его. Когда к нему вернулись чувства, он понял, что был в одном шаге от падения в горн. Произведение еще не завершено, но уже ясно, что это красочный фантастический роман, автор которого дал волю воображению.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Да вы издеваетесь. Господи, боже мой. Кажется, мы сегодня здесь на 7,5 часов. Примечание. Данный труд относится к серии работ проекта снятия покровов, спонсируемого Даршаном Вахумана. Номер будет добавлен позже. Автор Акаба. Краткое описание. Регион Татарасуна в Инадзуме традиционно считается одним из ключевых для местной металлургической и кузнечной промышленности. В этом регионе произошло 2 несчастных случая, первый из которых плохо задокументирован. Автор считает, что за первым несчастным случаем в регионе Татарасуна могут скрываться неизвестные исторические факторы. В данной научной работе будет проведен анализ инцидента на основании известных материалов. Ключевые слова: Татарасуна, Райден Гокаден, Микоси Нагамаса, Кабукимоно. Введение. Данная научная работа является продолжением исследования, проведенного наставником авторов господином Руми под названием «Скрытые истории жителей Татарасуны» и направлена на дальнейшее развитие этого исследования. Распространено мнение, что техника ковки мечей ведет начало от электора Хонда Сёгуна Райден, которая передала их мастерам металлургии и кузнечного дела. Однако в регионе Татарасуна сердце этих ремесел ходят странные слухи, которые не согласуются с величественной легендой происхождения кузнечной промышленности. Кланы Микоси и Нива, а также странная кукла могут послужить нам отправными точками для выяснения правды о Татарасуне. Текст. Ниже приводится текст странных записей с региона Татарасуна. Первое. Возможно, я перегибаю палку, но мне кажется, что настроение господина Нагамаса становится лучше, когда он кует клинки. Одержимость желанием смыть пятно с имени Микоси истощает душу. Кроме того, господин Кацураги обнаружил безымянного чудака во время патрулирования побережья Надзути. Второе. Инспектор купил определенное количество слитков нефритовой стали. Господин Кацураги до глубокой ночи обсуждал вопросы кузнечного дела с заместителем офицера оружейной палаты. Третье. Наконец-то мы сделали один Нагамаки. Мы назвали его Дайтатара Нагамаса. Инспектор был в приподнятом настроении, а не с заместителем офицера оружейной палаты. Надзому был настолько поражен красотой Дайтатара Нагамаса, что нарисовал его, и он устроил танец мечей с тем чудаковатым Кабукимоно. Четвертое. Мы не смогли найти Кабукимоно. Инспектор впал в ярость и ударил Кацураги мечом. Огромный клинок вонзился в плоть, бросил свой собственный Нагамаки в пламя печи. Надзому не смог подчиниться этому приказу и вытащил из печи расплавленное оружие, ужасный ожог. Пятое. Надзому умер той ночью. Смею предположить, что господин Кацураги, возможно, совершил преступление, но сделано это было по доброте душевной и нормально. Шестое. Кинзиру спрятал Нагамаги и рисунок Надзому в оружейной палате. Нагамаса суров, но справедлив, и все равно временами он теряет благоразумие, одержим идеей смыть позор. Тем не менее, я или другие жители Татарасуна никогда не были ослеплены случившимся с матерью Нагамаса, мы доверяем ему. Я также не желаю забывать радости от создания Дэи Татары Нагамасы, как и радости от зрелища танца мечей с участием Кацураги и того чудака. 7. Чтобы предотвратить кражу, перед уходом нам следовало разделить ключ от оружейной палаты на 3 части, одну отдать инспектору, другую офицеру оружейной палаты, а третью оставить самой Татарасуне. Но мы слишком спешили, ни инспектора, ни офицера оружейной палаты не удалось найти, поэтому я непредусмотрительно спрятал все 3 части в сундуках с сокровищами в Татарасуне. 7 фрагментов информации, приведенных выше, оказались разбросаны по всей Татарасуне. Первые 6 из них были написаны на прочной бумаге, которая выглядит очень старой. Однако бумага последнего обрывка кажется новее. Автор считает, что первые 6 записей и последняя запись относятся к разным историческим периодам, при этом интервал между ними пока не установлен. При этом первые 6 записей взаимосвязаны и указывают на одинаковые события. В сокрытых историях жителей Татарасуны, далее истории Татарасуны, господин Руми упоминает, что еще до указа Сококу и появления страшных гроз в водах Инадзумы сумерские ученые изучали историю Татарасуны, хотя во время написания истории это место пришло в некоторое запустение, но ситуация тогда была значительно лучше, чем сейчас. Самая центральная зона в настоящее время... Приятного чаепития, Витя. Самая центральная зона в настоящее время совершенно непригодна для жизни и фактически необитаема. Жители переселились к морю и живут у воды. От них исследователи узнали, что когда-то Тарасуна процветала. Сотни лет назад, в период, когда можно назвать золотым веком, Тарасуну управляли офицер оружейной палаты Нива, заместитель офицера оружейной палаты Миядзаки, инспектор Микоси Нагамаса. Кроме того, самые старшие, принадлежащие к самым древним родам респонденты, неоднократно упоминали странные слухи о Татарасуне. Многие из этих слухов упоминали юкаев, которые так характерны для народных историй Назумы. В небольшой части слухов, однако, неоднократно упоминалось слово «кукла». Любопытно, что обычно в инадзумских легендах о юкаях куклы не встречаются. Этот факт привлек внимание исследователей, и в итоге удалось выяснить следующее. Однажды в Татарасуне появилась кукла. Ее облик был элегантным, наряд безупречным, а крой одежды скрывал все стыки суставов на ее теле. Если не знать заранее, что это кукла, то ее вообще трудно было отличить от настоящего человека. Более того, вполне вероятно, что следы стыков кукольных суставов со временем стерлись и почти исчезли, сделав куклу неотличимой от человека. Имя куклы не было известно почти никому. Некоторые утверждали, что заметили ее в окрестностях Татарасуны, другие говорили, что встречали ее в центральных районах. Некоторые даже утверждали, что она часто появляется на побережье. Рассказывали, что она стоит на берегу и смотрит на море в направлении Надзумы. Куда на самом деле смотрела кукла, остается загадкой. Как упоминалось ранее, все 6 записей посвящены некому Кабуки-моно или странному незнакомцу, безымянному чудаку. Слово Кабуки-моно обычно используется в Иназуме для обозначения кого-то, кто одевается или ведет себя необычным образом. Судя по прозвищу, этот персонаж произвел сильное впечатление на местных жителей. Население Иназумы привыкло к тому, что юкаи и люди мирно сосуществуют рядом. Поэтому автор полагает, что если бы на Татарасуне появилась не вызывающая страха кукла, то она, скорее всего, быстро вписалась бы в местное общество. Что касается Кабуки-моно, о котором почти не сохранилась информация, это может быть лишь еще одним названием для этой куклы. Возможно, ее необычный наряд должен был отвлечь внимание от особой природы этого существа. Эту гипотезу еще предстоит доказать, но она достаточно правдоподобна. В каком месте он был одет по-другому, а? Ну ладно. Ниже приводится составленный на основе исторических документов Инадзумы список лиц, связанных с Тарасуной, начиная с руководителей. Офицер оружейной палаты Нива. Полное имя Нива Хисахиде. Офицер... Секунду. Так, полное имя Нива Хисахиде, офицер оружейной палаты, наследник школы Исины, преемник клана Нива. Его семья вместе с кланами Акама и Кадехара входила в Исин Сансаку. Записи показывают, что Нива был скромным и именным человеком, проявившим выдающийся талант в управлении территорией людьми. Его дальнейшее местохождение неизвестно, но предполагается, что после инцидента он покинул Татарасуну вместе с семьей. Заместитель офицера оружейной палаты Миядзаки. Полное имя Миядзаки Канео. Заместитель офицера оружейной палаты Нивы. Происхождение неизвестно, а в основном помогал Ниве с административными вопросами управления и кузнечным производством. Имел покладистый и дружелюбный характер. У него было много местных друзей и хорошие отношения с Микоси Нагамаса. Инспектор Микоси Нагамаса. Наследник семьи Микоси, приемный сын воительницы Они Микоси Тио. Да ладно, серьезно? Подождите, та самая чье? Приемный брат... ну он приемный, ладно. Приемный брат Микоси Мичихиро по прозвищу Наследие Ивакуры. После того, как его мать Чию исчезла, а приемный брат Мичихиро бросил его, он в одиночку занимался делами клана и из всех сил старался снять с семьи клеймо позора. Источники показывают, что хотя Микоси Нагамаса был немного упрям, он отличался честностью и справедливостью. Судя по записям, в целях самосовершенствования он выучился ковать клинки, обращаясь за помощью к Миядзаки. После того, как Микоси Нагамаса выковал знаменитый меч Деитатара Нагамаса, он по неизвестной причине убил своего подчиненного Кацураги. Подчиненный Кацураги, полное имя неизвестно, происхождение неизвестно. Автор изучил множество источников, но не смог найти больше информации о Кацураги. Он находился в подчинении Микоси Нагамаса и был ему очень предан, поскольку тот однажды спас ему жизнь. Кацураги дал клятву, что ради него пойдет на любые жертвы, не пощадит собственной жизни. Кабукимоно. Полное имя неизвестно, происхождение неизвестно. Автор просмотрел множество источников и, основываясь на идеях Руми, предположил, что этот персонаж – странная кукла из легенд. Согласно им, он был чрезвычайно красив и обладал мягким характером. Согласно историям Татарасуны, он вернулся в Татарасуну вместе с Кацураги и стал членом местной общины. Местные жители научили его стирать, танцевать и ковать мелкие предметы. Согласно письменным записям, Кабукимоно присутствовал при ковке Деитатама Нагамасы, но его след оборвался до того, как Микоси Нагамаса убил Кацураги. Автор считает, что Кабукимоно или кукла причастен к смерти Кацураги. Остальная часть пока не дописана, но уже сейчас понятно, что в этой научную работу вложено много труда.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay!
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it? Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in... Hey, did you see that? He there. It looked like... The Balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Побежали.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are.
То, что ты прочитала, запомнила? Наверное, не знаю. Я вообще пока не понимаю, зачем это надо было включать.
Nahida! Bad news. We just saw the Balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be lacked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about.
Кто бы говорил?
But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Я все еще согласна с Мику, что тебя надо было убить 500 лет назад. Сорян, ребята.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Как обычно.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him!
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit. Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him.
Опять,
He can still connect.
опять они его Архонтом обозвали.
The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Wow! looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards, but right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow! So this is the inside of Irminsul. Ooh, Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so, say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Мы с первого раза это поняли. Давайте пойдем дальше.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk? Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Паймон тоже здесь.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Так, отбегу ненадолочко. Пока этот работает, мы будем болтать.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. Smart and attentive as always. So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatara Suna incident. Nahida, Do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the kabuki mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatara Suna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatara Suna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
Ты ж работаешь, вот и работай.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation. Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself, and making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement! You have to share it with us!
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Whoa!
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place, like a giant village. People are gainfully employed, their lives have purpose, they are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected, because I didn't want to speculate, and I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
Привет, доктор.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
Подождите, но это же было 400 лет назад, разве нет?
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind.
Ну, Вить, ты пропускаешь кат-сцены, что я могу сказать? Они, конечно, как всегда, очень длинные.
It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat.
Ну, про все верно ты говоришь про 400 лет назад?
I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me, creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was.
Так, а шут это у нас кто из предвестников? Я забыла. А, Господи, это кто у нас? Неважно. Ну, просто я опять... Я уже... Так, сколько времени прошло? Прошел только час, и я, пожалуй, уже хочу поныть. Они явно не умеют делать катсцены менее длинными, но зато более яркими, не знаю. Определенно затянули опять.
I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
То есть, получается, уже 400 лет назад они что-то делали нехорошее.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore. Dottore! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine? But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace.
А, вот в чем было второе предательство. Окей.
You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Я, если честно, плохо помню историю Татарасуна, что там произошло. Но изначально вроде предполагалось, что это как раз-таки вся трагедия, что там случилось, была из-за Скары, да? А теперь получается, что, во-первых, это не из-за Скары, а из-за доктора. А во-вторых, собственно, и Скару никто там не предавал. Так, что ли?
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma, that would bear fruit in the future.
Они с 400 годиками-то переборщили, по-моему.
Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process.
Что кроме Дотора? Что ты имеешь в виду?
The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants.
Типа он Нива скрылся, но убил своего слугу, из него взял сердечко и отдал... ага. Видимо, так.
The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth.
Сердце, извлеченное после убийства, должно приносить несчастье, но оно спасло его от загрязненных вложений. Ага, понятно. Потому что на самом-то деле это сердце было не... ну как? Оно было после убийства, технически, но оно не было полно нехороших мыслей. По крайней мере, относительно сказителя.
He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
Пока рано об этом говорить. Размечтался, разбежался. Чё, неужели они его реально оправдают? Мне кажется, у них это получится.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Предательство было одно, Дотор изначально предал Скара в определенном ключе. Не, я имею в виду... Подожди, мы о чем говорили? Смотри, в ролике Скара говорит про 3 предательства. Я, если честно, не помню третье. Надо пересмотреть ролик. Первое это Райден, ну, в смысле, Эй. Второе это Нива, и третье еще какое-то. В моем представлении все это по поводу Райден для меня это сам придумал, сам обиделся. Ну, то есть для меня это не выглядит как предательство. Хотя я могу понять, что он мог так подумать, да. Но, условно говоря, я его так не вижу. Второе, если честно, я не помнила вот про этого друга. Но сейчас нам это объяснили, что он на самом деле его не предавал, его подставили. Вот, про Дотора, да, в итоге его предал Дотора, но насколько он... Третий мальчик умерший. Подожди. А вот я про мальчика не помню. Кто это вообще такой? Так, секунду. Так, мне кажется, Нет, не получится. Подождите. Я мальчика не помню, поэтому немножко... Так... Про какого-то... Вот его показывали только в ролике. Это тот ролик, который недавно, да, выпущен был. Про который я еще в понедельник сказала, что как-то странно было это... Как-то странно это звучало, когда мы видим там везде огонь, лежащий посреди кукла, и как будто бы можно сделать вывод, что этот человек погиб, на что Скара реагирует... Но что Скарайер, ты не сдержал данное мне обещание. Для меня это, конечно, было странно. Ну ладно, посмотрим. Может быть, они все это раскроют здесь.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
Ну вот сегодня вышел один ролик, но мы говорим, по-моему, про который пару дней назад.
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Он выходил еще месяц. Нет, подожди. Ты сейчас говоришь про тот ролик, который из сюжетки, который в игре еще виден. Тот ролик в игре говорит про 3 предательства. Когда выходит новый персонаж, к нему, 5-звездочному персонажу, показывают 3 ролика. Один вышел вчера или сегодня, и пару дней назад вышли 2. Вот в одном из них рассказывает про какого-то, кажется, мальчика, ну или не знаю, может быть, взрослого или ребенка, я не поняла. Вот, но там шла речь, кажется, вот про какое-то очередное предательство.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world.
Угу. То есть все-таки сестра... Во-первых, сестра наша сестра, и все-таки она сошедшая. Окей.
Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time.
Угу. Шут. Шут. Это кто? Я опять забыла. Джестер. Кто там Джестер у нас?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
Если только один из Кенри номер один. Ну, то есть они... То есть Джестер шут это Пьеро, получается?
Give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Ну, я об этом, собственно, и спрашиваю. Я просто не помню их по таким кликухам. Поэтому точнее.
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you.
Такая недовольная Пайма на заднем плане. Я просто не могу.
So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past? Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me. So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Блин.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. Oh no, he's really gone.
Не успела заметить. Ладно. Так, я правильно поняла, что он по нашей реакции решил, что прошлое можно изменить. И решил и попробует сейчас это сделать, так? Но при этом он... То есть он именно понял, что можно изменить, а не то, что он узнал про Рукхадевату. Ага, это было на этот вопрос или это было на что-то прошлое?
Oh, can you hear me?
Nihida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before? He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible! Right! You can't just rewrite history! All that stuff happened already in real life! It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it! So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Ooh, Paimon's so confused. Huh? Ah! Sorry, Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress.
Stress.
But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul? Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh! Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him.
Она его Брэд назвала.
There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too? There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Почему это так воспринимают? Несмотря на то, что Рук Хадевата как будто бы не существовало, все ее деяния-то остались. Просто они все перешли к Кусанале, ведь получается. С чего вдруг, если усерут Паладира, это будет означать, что Аято, Аяка и кто-то там еще исчезнет. Казуха. Ничего не понимаю. Ну ладно.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake. And Dragon chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Also, Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed and bird egg soup, and...
Светало.
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again? The Balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though. What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said? So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something. Okay, sure. Where are we going? Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Так, следующий квест. Танец разрушения. Как нас неожиданно возвращают в Иназуму, а? Пайман только бы жрать. Это да, это да. Я не знаю, куда в нее влезает, конечно.
It's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaede Harakazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Так себе он его ковал, конечно.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokunin, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale.
Вот давайте покороче рассказывайте, а?
The Raiden Gokunin were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatara Suna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatara Suna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokunin. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent-up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokunin. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well. My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
Так, к комиссату пойдем. Конечно.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler! It's been a while. If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say? Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
Вы не только рыцарь в сверкающих... Она вообще сказала, вы не только рыцарь в сверкающих доспехах для Аяки, вы, в принципе, для всех герой.
I mean it. Whenever the Commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The Commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home, but given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma is a much better chef than most. Oh, the Commissioner is so fond of home comforts. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always get a mention. It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company. Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great. Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next? Great! Goodbye, ma'am! Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
Что-то не бабушка, а мэм, по-моему.
All right then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Не Жируль, а жрица. Но Жируль, кстати, тоже неплохо, мне нравится. Ну, Жируль скорее мужское имя, мне кажется, а вот жрица от слова жрать, а не, ну, вы поняли. Ну вот тоже затянутый разговор.
Are you two leaving already?
Ну, в смысле, нам в течение одного диалога трижды сказали, какие мы классные друзья. Мне кажется, одного раза вполне было достаточно.
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Так, это Расуна. Так, ага.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier, what are you doing here?
Это ведь тот, кому мы, собственно, его цепочку квестов мы делали, когда бегали по Татарасуне, по-моему.
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before.
А, точно, фильмы его снимались, да-да-да-да-да.
Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here. Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation, goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then, too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge? Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatara Suna is concerned. Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for. Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you. Hey, don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Угу. Ничего не понятно, но очень интересно, типа. Как называется? Финал.
Hey, it's them!
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
Ой, давайте не надо.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time.
Still looking for more info about Tatara Suna, huh? Should we join them?
Нет.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress. Huh? Oh, of course.
Так, ладно, давайте коротенько прочитаем. Так, краткое описание. Регион традиционно считается ключевых. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Произошло 2 несчастных случая, первый из которых плохо документирован. Автор считается, что первым несчастным случаем в регионе Татарусуна может скрываться неизвестные исторические факторы. Но неизвестно. Так, ключевые слова. Так, те же самые. Является продолжением работы. Техника электроархонта. В регионе сердца Та ходят странные слухи, которые не согласуются с величественностью кузнечной промышленности. Кланы Микоси и Нива, а также и наземный механик могут послужить нам отправными точками для выяснения правды. Ну вот, появился и наземный механик теперь. Получается, вместо Кабу... Господи, как его звать? Так, первый пункт, по-моему, не сильно изменилось. Вроде тоже остальное. То же самое. Пятое такое же, по-моему. Там, по-моему, не только мама Нагамас припоминалась. Так, про ключи. Все 3 сундука. Так, сотни лет назад Золотым веком. Нива, Миядзаки, Микоси Нагамаса. Странные слухи. Так, Юкаи тоже были. Вот. Ага, то есть вот что Все. Все как хорошо, что они это добавили. А кто я боялась? Да все остальное было таким же. Однажды Татарасуну посетил наземный механик. Как сообщается, причиной его прибытия был обмен знаниями и налаживание связи с местными жителями. Однако механик вел себя подозрительно, часто бродил по стратегически важным или запретным зонам. А если кто-то пытался его прогнать, то в ответ доносилось лишь неразборчивое бормотание. Механик часто заглядывал в горн, видимо, чтобы проверить его состояние, но он также проводил значительную часть времени, наблюдая за местными жителями, которым становилось не по себе от тяжелого взгляда. Обмен знаниями действительно был характерен для этой эпохи в Татарасуне, ведь Татарасуна находилась на берегу моря, поэтому до нее легко было добраться на корабле. Неудивительно, что обладающими знаниями чужаку было нетрудно получить здесь теплый прием. И все же именно после этого визита Татарасуна пришла в упадок, поэтому невероятность связи между этими двумя событиями можно считать высокой. Однако некоторые нынешние жители считают, что подобные предположения лишь результат чрезмерно активного воображения прежних жителей. Так, им. Тогда прочитаем только то, что добавили желтеньким. Механик долго копался в многих текстах и документах, но в итоге не смог найти даже малейших намеков, позволивших бы разгадать тайну его происхождения. Но после инцидента Тарасуни упоминания механики стали встречаться все реже. Я предполагаю, что загадочный механик не был персонажем, порожденным бурным воображением. Он действительно существовал и, возможно, даже приложил руку к событиям, произошедшим в Татарасуне.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Так, а здесь что изменилось? Миядзаки спрятал усмешку, Нива, дослушав, выпустил ящерицу на ладонь Кацураги, собирался что-то ответить, что, как вдалеке, послышались тяжелые уверенные шаги. Лицо, появившееся в дверях, принадлежало чужестранцу. Пришелец поставил еду, кивнул и собрался было уходить. Кацураги окликнул его: «А как же ваша порция? Разве вы не будете есть?» Услышав слова Кацураги, мужчина улыбнулся: «Я уже поел. Надеюсь, что и вы, господа, скоро найдете время утолить голод. Вы наш гость, и нам неловко, что вы помогаете нам с такими мелочами». В ответ тот дружелюбно посмеялся. Небольшая помощь его совсем не утруждала. Затем он кивнул головой и удалился. Черные тучи обрушились на лодку, отчего она окончательно сбилась с пути, врезалась в береговую линию с яростью дикого зверя. Механик, стоявший в нескольких шагах, улыбнулся и медленно подошел к месту грандиозного крушения. От рыбака, который совсем недавно взывал о помощи, осталась лишь часть руки с глухим звуком, упавшая к ногам механика. Он присел, чтобы получше рассмотреть, и ему нестерпимо захотелось откусить немного. Но он не успел этого сделать, ведь темные клубы поглотили остатки лодки. Затем был послан второй, третий, четвертый корабль. Им не следовало было бы больше подвергать людей опасности, но положение в Татарасуне было чрезвычайно тяжелое, и помощь на зоне стоила риска новых жертв. Ну все. Содержание изменилось, на них тоже повлияло удаление информации в Верминсуле. Сказитель хотел стереть оба своих имени. Он потратил на это все свои силы, и все же...
Well, what do you think?
Hey, Traveler, remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma, so how about we tell them what we learned?
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Wow, so many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Amanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Привет, Юр.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Но ведь они, по сути, ведь не прошлое меняется. По сути, меняется, как его помнят. Условно говоря. Потому что, например, про Доторы здесь ни слова. Короче, я не понимаю, как это работает. В итоге, насколько правдивы сами тогда воспоминания? Или меняется не воспоминания, меняется то, как их воспринимают? Или все-таки можно поменять сами воспоминания? Непонятно.
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then he decided he wanted to go to Inazuma.
Который есть же механик. Ну, да, но при этом умолчали... Нет, они говорят именно про механика из Фонтейна. Они не говорят, что это Дотора из Фатуи. Как бы вот в чем разница. То есть он как бы... как будто бы рассказал правду, но по сути не всю. А про вот, кстати, что произошло 100 лет назад, я тоже не помню. Это про месть какого-то потомка. Про механика тоже никто не знал. Могли рассказать, но нет, рассказали только часть правды. Ну как только Нива? Исказитель знал. Или нет, подожди, нет, он как раз-таки не знал. Он узнал. Нет, я имею в виду, что Сказитель же как будто бы что-то изменил, он же мог и это тоже изменить. А месть потомка это... Ну вот я этого не помню. Надо бы почитать где-нибудь об этом, где поменьше воды, чем в игре.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name. You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Опять я в роли устройства для хранения воспоминаний. Интересно, кстати.
Traveler?
Об этом, по-моему, еще кто-то говорил. А, об этом Джун Ли говорил.
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
После ряда событий... Так, он мы можем читать так. Он сказал, что была создана кукла электроархонтом и жила среди людей. После ряда событий в Татарасуне сказитель отправился странствовать по свету, уверенный в том, что его трижды предали. Почему 3? Короче, ладно. Доверяя людям и питая ненависть к богам, он годами вынашивал свою обиду, набирался силы, затем вернулся в Инадзуму, чтобы отомстить. Он попытался стать божеством, используя сердце бога, но в итоге все его чаяния обернулись прахом. В смысле вернулся в Инадзуму? Он вообще-то в Сумеру стал богом, если что. После этого он попал в Верминсур и узнал правду о случившихся с ним предательствах, выяснив, что вся его жизнь была построена на лжи. Он совершил немыслимое, чтобы повернуть вспять собственную трагическую судьбу.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because... well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes, Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
Вот в моем представлении он не исправил ошибку, он просто сбежал.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share? It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that, and if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense, every part of it. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends.
Это мы знаем, что ничего не изменилось в истории. Аскара-то хотела именно прошлое. Нет, как раз-таки мы знаем, что ничего в истории как раз изменилось. То, что знает об этом в настоящее время, изменилось. Это и есть история. А то, что кто-то умер, он так и остался умер. То есть в итоге события события остались... То есть я говорю, события остались, по сути, теми же самыми. Изменилось то, как об этом помнят. Он изменил только то, как об этом помнят. С учетом того, что теперь его и в этой истории как будто бы нет. Ну, ежедневные задания можно сделать за 15 минут и вернуться к стриму, пока я не пройду до конца сюжетку, будет стрим. Я надеюсь, это не 7 часов. Так, события произошли, значит, история не изменилась. Ну, тут можно, скажем так, да, я просто... Придираясь именно к словам истории, в данном случае для нынешних людей история изменилась. Вот именно то, что они помнят об этом. Ну, тут это вопрос терминологии. Ну, в принципе, мы поняли, я думаю, друг друга. То есть, что случилось, то случилось. Он это не изменил. Но я так думаю, что он-то как раз хотел изменить это. Он, видимо, просто еще... Да, исчезло упоминание. Ну, оно не просто исчезло, оно, по сути, поменялось. То есть, там, где был Скара, теперь на самом деле Доторы. Ну, как бы механик, что, кстати, на самом деле не факт, что правда. Там действительно, скорее всего, был Скара. В некоторых моментах. Он просто заменил одно другим, по сути, наверное.
It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Механик в гор не ходил в обоих случаях. Ну да, да. Ну вот мне вот это интересно, по сути, Ирминсул, он что? Он хранит воспоминания. То есть он изменил сами воспоминания. Как это все помнят? Не, подожди. Вместо Скары ходил в Горн... Нет, подожди, сам Скара ходил в Горн. Вместе с устройством, где содержалось сердце Нивы. Он там еле выжил. А в новых, Вот, да. А теперь нет. Теперь туда ходил, получается, механик со своим подчиненным, что ли. Ну вот мне вот интересно, то есть это что поменялось? Поменялось то, как мир об этом помнит? Или теперь, условно говоря, смотри, та катсцена, ну я не помню, механик, не механик, кто там ходил-то? Нива ходил? Сам Нива? Я не помню, неважно. Это не важно. Вот, мне просто интересно, это в настоящем времени изменилось восприятие этой истории? Или вот та катсцена, которую мы видели в Верминсуле, сейчас тоже, по идее, должна быть другой? То, как теперь ее изменил Скара. Вот мне вот это больше интересно. Помощник Нив. Ну, может быть.
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything he has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Напоминает сказку.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki Mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact.
Какая умница. Так вот, что она, наверное, попыталась сделать. Когда сказала, подождите здесь, я сейчас что-то сделаю.
Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
Бэкап. Короче, да, это бэкап.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us, the now erased life of the Balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur.
Господи, они его с котенком.
Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us.
Я теперь буду ждать фанарты с этим. Наверняка уже есть.
Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice.
То есть монстр в лисьей шкуре это буквально до Торы. Котеночек это у нас Скара.
A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin."
Не совсем так, конечно. Хотя...
The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good.
Ну это, наверное, третье предательство было, когда человек умер раньше времени, и тот на него за это обиделся. И потом не сдержал обещание быть со мной всегда. Тяжелый случай.
Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
Прикольно.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
Ну да.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot.
Интересно, ему тоже память отшибла о самом себе, получается?
Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Ой, жруль. Наш местный жруль. Теперь я и буду так называть его. Жруль. Жрица, да, жрица, конечно, банально. Логично, но банально. А жруль отлично.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take him out for a walk to clear his head?
You got it. Come on, traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
И пожрать. Мы помним.
There's a few things I'd like to look into. You should go take a walk and try to unwind.
Не, ну, кстати, технически мы были правы. Он все равно какую-то фигню сделал. Может быть, не такую опасную, как и раньше, но все равно сделал. Так, где у нас базар? А я не помню, где вход. пройдем, как обычно.
We're here! What should we eat first? Hey, are you gonna answer or what? Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat. What is it? Have you figured it all out? Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Hey! Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid! Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something? He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now? Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
Давайте.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
Он еще ведь не получил глаз бога.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice. Have we met before? No, we haven't met. But you know me? I have no recollection.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right! The look on his face!
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important. Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Then let's return to the city.
Не, ну не пешком же возвращаться.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Он сейчас переодеться успел. Или его просто от дождя одежда полиняла.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called a previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
Ты веришь, что ты хочешь это знать?
Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
Ну то есть это... ну ладно, ладно.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart.
Суть он прожил другую жизнь, получается. Ну да, да. Ну то есть, грубо говоря, сейчас действительно это не тот Скара, которого мы знаем, как будто бы. Ну, по крайней мере, не совсем тот.
Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
По-моему, мы скорее не истину, мы ему мстим. Узнать такое, это, мягко говоря, не самое приятное.
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
Я хочу увидеть, как кто-то получает глаз Бога.
It's time to get ready.
Так, а это что говорит?
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
Погнали. Ага, это подземелье. Воспоминание некой куклы может быть исказителем одним из предвестников Атуя, а также странным незнакомцем, которого однажды видели в Татарасуне. Так, ну пойдем.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
Мне нравится. Ну ладно, однажды нам пришлось. Но это все из-за тебя.
All right. Thanks.
Ой, сундуки. Ну ладно, это ж данж никуда не денется, я так подозреваю. Или он одноразовый? Нет ведь? Они обычно не одноразовые вроде. Ну, в смысле, в них, ну, в принципе, по большому счету, имеет смысл только сходить один раз. Если только не накосячить сундуками, да.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
Ну, было историей.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after.
Я опять не могу. А Нагамас это... Господи, я заблудилась. Как там за... Кто убил-то его? Нет, не Микоси его убил, получается, Кацураги-то. А это нам, кстати, объяснили, почему?
As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Все равно запуталась.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Так, я туда же вернулась. Блин. Стоп, значит, я туда надо.
What are we doing back here? Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too. The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Ну да. Я почти разобралась в 3 предательствах.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Gotcha.
Let's end this quickly!
Inazuma shines eternal! Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
This is it. Come at me.
No excuse. Now you shall perish.
Miscalculated.
Так. Я не посмотрела, не услышала последнюю фразу.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the delusion factory in Inazuma.
Это случайно не там, где мы с ним встретились? Когда глаз бога и вот это вот все ему отдали. Мику отдала.
In the original version of events, the traveler once encountered the balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar. Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Ух ты, сеньора! Какая она классная все-таки.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan.
Надо ее сфоткать, давно ее не видела. Ну, кроме встречи ее во время убивания босса.
Perhaps you find fighting in the abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Ninjutsu!
Game's up. Fun's over. Busted. Inazuma shines eternal. Gotcha. Let me in. Things are about to get dicey.
Scatter! Germinate!
Shine no longer.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
Слушайте, у него даже цвет глаз изменился, что ли?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
Ой, да ладно, в какой-то веке они не архонтом перевели.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Нет, не изменился. Одежка меня сбивает с толку.
Let's move on.
Надеюсь, воспоминания мы не будем с боссом драться. В смысле, с машины Скара.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets?
Мне кажется, я не согласна с формулировкой вопроса.
Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass. Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next.
Опять началось. Господи, ничего не меняется.
But then I met you, and I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Человек не может стереть себя, даже если прежний сказитель исчез из истории, его жизнь придется прожить другому.
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours.
О, мультик.
You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright? No way! Hey! Are you done yet?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
Balladeer?
Die. This is trying my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
Questions? Insignificant past! Too slow. Squall and Fury. Behold, at my command, you shall fall.
Нам показали.
Search for it. Squall and Fury. My endless cycle begins. Know your place. Nothing worth mentioning.
Ну, а вот эту механику, как я должна проходить сейчас, я не знаю.
Feeble human. Insignificant past. The wind rises. Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am. You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Я, но не я. Только маловато сундуков будет. Или я половину пропустила.
Welcome back, traveler. Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it. After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the sixth is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Интересно, это получается Райден, Эй и Мико тоже про него забыли?
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that.
Новые испытания. Так, речные набеги, длинным мечом, речной набег, трос, хищный... Вот трос не люблю. Ну, в принципе, ладно. Я знаю, где это делать. Я погуглила в свое время.
Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the Doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Там себя не похвалишь, никто не похвалит.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it. Oh right, I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered. Including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well. I will try.
Traveler. After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma? So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back. Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Забавно, как Нахида нашла себе какого компаньона, а?
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Не просто надо, Агли.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
No! Paimon only does nicknames! If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
Ничего приличного нет в голове. Правила изменения имени и пояснения. Правила изменения. Вы можете дать новое имя затерявшемуся в вечности страннику Анема с помощью пера наречений из задания архонтов промежуточный том инверсия бытия. Обратите внимание, что некоторые имена использовать нельзя. После как вы дали страннику новое имя, он будет отображаться в некоторых элементах интерфейса. Прикольно. Будьте внимательны, так как имя можно изменить ограниченное количество раз. Пояснение. Убедитесь, что при использовании этой функции вы не нарушаете... Так, непонятно. Дискриминационных действий или контента, связанных с расой, полом, религией, сексуальной ориентацией, этнической принадлежностью, правительством регионом, травли, оскорбления отдельных путешественников или групп путешествий, любых других действий или контента, запрещенного правилами пользовательского соглашения. В случае несоблюдения этих правил доступ к игровым услугам будет ограничен. Понятно. А, то есть мы сейчас можем его назвать. А можно я его балбес назову? Так, ну... Так, еще раз. Затерявшемуся в вечности. Так, ну я пока так, наверное, оставлю. В смысле? Господи. Секунду. Это что такое? Да ладно, я неправильно его назвала. А нет, правильно.
Okay. Have you got anything?
А, ну нет, давайте подтвердим. В смысле странник
Are you
нельзя?
sure?
Что за фигня? Я не могу имя странник дать?
Oh, all right. If you say so.
Блин, бред. Ну реально бред.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Бред. О, господи, какой бред.
Still thinking. Stop rushing me.
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
Ну ладно, он странный таки быть.
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been. No nonsense. I like it. All right, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore. So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Вернитесь к месту отдыха. Не, ну смена имени это бред. Может, конечно, я что-то лишнее нажала, но это бред. Интересно, как они теперь его в катсценах будут называть? Так же, как и путешественника? Забавно, что это второй персонаж, кто вот так называет. Кому мы даем имя?
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back. Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase. Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
Он не мир... Ах. Так история-то не изменилась, камон.
You sound lost and confused.
Ого.
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate. Like a vase that falls to the ground, whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff? Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up? It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment, Paimon will be right back.
Подозрительно. Так, все получается, да? Так, ну, почти 4 часа. Так, что нам дали? Нам дали фигню, которая может изменить имя. Конечно, круто, но... Господи, как это странно было. Прям вообще странно на максималках. Не знаю. Привет, тернистый путь. Без понятия, кто это был. У меня только мысль... Ну, первая моя мысль была на самом деле, что это был... Господи, ой, как они называются? В опенинге. Кто-то из опенинга. Как она там? Heavenly Principles, как она по-русски у нас? Кто-то из Селестии. Может, кто-то попроще. Но при этом тот кто-то попроще знает про события эти. Скорее Селестия. Не знаю. Надо будет гуглить. Сейчас ненадолго отбегу. Так, я здесь. Ну, в принципе, у нас еще есть время. Я, наверное, такие карты открою. Так, сейчас я кое-что гляну. Как он, интересно, отображается в архиве. Так, стоп, он ведь... Это не здесь надо смотреть. А нет, здесь. Он у нас отображается... Но он все равно отображается как Сумеру, но промежуточный том. При этом прошлый промежуточный том был восстановление нефритового дворца. Ну, кстати, да. И тоже нефритовый дворец. Ну ладно. Том первый, том второй. Промежуточный том второй. И какая у них странная... Промежуточный том третий. Промежуточный том глава 3. Ладно. Так. Ну, мы прошли. Мы прошли. Так. Что у нас там еще? Задание. Архонтов нет. Забавно, что, кстати, задание легенд не дали. Так, задание архонтов, легенд. Так, погнали сюда. Ру, а ты думаешь, кто это был?
So, Sucrose, the package you mentioned that you received before, it's not dangerous, is it? You need to be careful when you're opening packages. I once had a friend mail me some research materials, and all the bouncing around in transit caused a reaction. Once I opened it, oh, it let out a stench that could wake the dead. If your package contains anything like that, then maybe you should check with Albedo first and see what he thinks.
No, this package didn't contain any hazardous materials. Timaeus! Sucrose! What are you two chatting about?
Oh, hey, you two. We're just talking about a strange package that Sucrose received recently.
A strange package?
Yes. I believe it's from a Sumeru scholar who came here to study in Mondstadt. It's most likely a thank you gift for collaborating on some research together.
Huh? A package from an academia scholar? Oh, then there could be anything inside.
There wasn't anything dangerous inside, just a bunch of strange cards. I think I've seen Timaeus with some similar looking cards before, so I came to ask him about what they might be.
You've seen me with some cards? Maybe those were the testing cards used for distinguishing reagents.
No, they didn't look like test cards. Here, have a look.
На свою карточку показывает.
Oh, you meant these? Huh. Sucrose, have you really never seen these before?
No, never. Recently, I've been spending all my time up in the mountains working on cultivating pentatonic sweet flowers. Why? Is this an area of research that has started trending in the alchemical community during my absence?
You could definitely say that it's trending, but not as an area of research. It's a card game that's been getting really popular these days. It's called Genius Invocation TCG.
Genius Invocation TCG! Yeah, we've been hearing about this game all over the place, but this is the first time we've ever actually seen any of the cards. We didn't know it had made it all the way to Mondstadt. Must be pretty popular, huh?
That's right. The game's been catching on lately. The Yae publishing house in Inazuma has even published a series of light novels based on the game. The story is really good. It starts with a young guy in Sumeru who finds an ancient casket of tomes in the attic. He opens it and discovers that the soul of an ancient TCG player called the Crocodile King has been captured inside. It turns out that the Crocodile King was King Deshret's viceroy, who battled an opponent named the Ibis King. During the match, the Crocodile King fell prey to his opponent's scheme and was sealed away in the casket of tomes. After being unexpectedly released by the kid, the Crocodile King possesses him and helps him to gradually climb the ranks and become a legendary TCG player.
Timaeus.
Huh? What's wrong, Sucrose? If you're interested in how the story plays out, I can lend you the novels.
No. I was just thinking about that time you requested an extension on your progress report deadline, citing personal reasons for the delay.
Well, I did go through a phase recently where I wasn't putting enough focus on my work, but it's under control now. I've committed to not even touch Genius Invocation TCG until I've made enough progress in my research.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Oh? Why's that?
Well, since it's a gift from a researcher I've collaborated with, I thought that I should at least try to learn the rules. That way, I could say that I at least tried to appreciate his gift.
Oh, right! And since it's a game from Sumeru, who knows? Playing it might even make you smarter. Just wait until Paimon plays it enough to become smarter than you! Then you'll be sorry! Although, it seems like we can't learn how to play it anytime soon, 'cause Timaeus has given up for a while.
Well, research is my priority, you know. But if you'd like to learn the rules of Genius Invocation TCG, then I'd actually suggest you go to the Cat's Tail. Yep, that's the place. It's where everyone in the community goes to play when they have time. They gather there, trade cards, and they're very welcoming to new players. Trying to learn the rules can be intimidating at first, but it's a lot of fun once you get the hang of it.
Understood. Traveler, Paimon, let's go to the Cat's Tail and try asking around. To be honest, hearing Timaeus talking about the game has also piqued my curiosity.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going!
пройти-то? Я там вообще хоть раз была? Так, я заблудилась.
Today's recommendation is the steak.
Как туда попасть-то? Я не понял. А, вот, я не дошла. Котики!
Welcome to the Cat's Tail. Ah, it's the Traveler and Paimon. What a nice surprise. Oh, and Sucrose the Alchemist. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm afraid I've already told you before. Fur from the Cat's Tail staff is not for sale, no matter how much Mora you offer.
Don't worry, Margaret. We're not here for that research project I told you about last time.
Sucrose, what kind of experiment were you trying to do with the cat's tail?
I just wanted to test out some hypotheses, and I needed some materials. But, we can talk about that later. Actually, Margaret, we're here to learn more about Genius Invocation TCG.
Не сыграть, а узнать.
Ah, Genius Invocation TCG. We were just talking about that game. You see, more and more people have been gathering at the Cat's Tail to play, so I thought, why not have a dedicated staff to serve the new customers? Speaking of which, I believe you've already met.
Диона.
Met who?
You know Prince. This is the Cat's Tail after all, so I thought having a cat take care of our new customers would be quite a nice touch.
Принц, мудрейший из кошачьих.
Ah, allow me to interpret. Prince says that the word customer is much too loose of a term, and we should instead refer to anyone who loves dueling with cards as TCG players.
My mistake. So it seems I haven't introduced you yet. This is Prince and Shuyan. They will be in charge of taking care of our TCG players.
Ah, I'm afraid I must correct you there, ma'am. Only Prince, the strongest and most formidable TCG player of all, is capable of providing valuable guidance to our new players. The average player is incapable of grasping the subtlety and sheer genius behind Prince's every play, and he has no choice but to rely on me to communicate with everyone. I am merely Prince's lowly assistant, that's all.
Wow! Another guy who can understand animals!
How can you use such a crude word as animal to describe the one and only Prince? He is special and the only one of his kind. Such a remark is an insult to Prince. Oh? What's that? Shuyan. In the eyes of the common folk, I look no different than any other ordinary cat. It's a natural mistake to make, and you shouldn't overreact. Ah, understood. I do apologize.
It seems he really is capable of communicating with the cat. Could this be the result of some modification to the language center of his brain?
Seriously, how can he get all of that from a simple meow?
It was the duels of Genius Invocation TCG that allowed our hearts to bond. It's understandable that ordinary people such as yourselves are unable to comprehend such a thing.
So, playing Genius Invocation TCG fosters some sort of a telepathic link between players?
Somehow Paimon doubts that.
Anyway, if you'd like to know anything about Genius Invocation TCG, then please ask Shuyan, who will ask Prince. Though I'd love to explain more myself, it's time for my daily walk. I'll let Prince play a game with you and walk you through all the rules.
Just as a seasoned warrior can foresee the path of his opponent's sword, so too can I, as a TCG master, predict my opponent's every play. It would be improper to pit a newcomer to the art of the card against one such as myself, and I must therefore politely decline. That's what Prince said.
Oh, Prince doesn't want to play with us, huh? Fine, then Prince doesn't have to. We'll play you instead.
I'm sorry, but from the day I met the mighty Cardmaster Prince, I swore an oath that my hands would live solely to hold the cards and not to play them. I will never play another match of my own again.
У него шапочка, шляпка принца.
If Prince is unwilling to play, then I guess we should look for an alternative. How about this? Diona!
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. What is it? I'm pretty busy over here, you know. Huh. Why is it that every player that sets foot in here to play Genius Invocation TCG has to have a drink? Ugh! Don't they have any clue that the key to playing a game is the ability to think straight? Seriously, games and drinks don't mix. Don't they get that? Ugh!
What can I say? As the tavern owner, I can't help but feel happy to hear this. Anyway, I see you've been working hard, so I thought you could use a break. So why not come over here and teach these customers the rules of Genius Invocation?
Ha! Yeah, what kind of break is that? I'd rather not. Oh, why are we letting all these loafers come in here to play Genius Invocation TCG anyway? All it does is encourage more people to come to the bar for a drink. You know, if drink sales keep going up like this, pretty soon Mondstadt's alcohol industry is gonna reach new heights. Looks like my first step in destroying Mondstadt's alcohol industry should be stamping out the spread of Genius Invocation TCG.
My dear, you are quite mistaken. You said it yourself, a clear mind is necessary to win. Soon, their thirst for victory will overcome their thirst for alcohol. Prince speaks the truth, Diona. Not only is the spread of Genius Invocation TCG no obstacle to your goal of destroying Mondstadt's alcohol industry, it could even support you in this endeavor.
Could it really?
Sure, why not? Alrighty then, our 2 customers are waiting to learn. Shuyan, let's put you on drink mixing duty for now.
But Shuyan is destined for a far greater purpose.
Shuyan, drink mixing, now.
Okay.
Ooh, all right. We'll need some space to learn. Let's go to that empty table over there.
Какая Маргарита суровая, а?
Diona's waiting for you. Go talk to her, and she'll teach you the rules of the game. That's what Prince said. And I need to go start mixing drinks. It's a pity that I can't look on while you learn.
Okay, let's go through the rules. First things first. You'll be needing your deck, so place that on the table.
Deck?
Yes. You should have built a deck. You know, a set of cards that meets the bare minimum requirement to play the game. What's with the blank stares? Come on. Don't tell me you came to learn Genius Invocation TCG without bringing any cards.
Господи, я хочу это заснять.
That's right. We have some cards that I received from a friend.
Yeah. You're gonna need a few more cards than that. Okay, let me think. To learn the game, you'll need at least 2 character cards to switch between. Oh, that reminds me. A few days ago, when I was closing up for the night, I noticed a customer had left a couple of character cards on the bar counter. maybe you could use those for now.
Are you sure that's okay?
It's already been a few days and he still hasn't come back to claim them. Who knows? Maybe he left them here on purpose. Oh, okay, yeah, I got them here with me. You know, just in case the customer came looking for them. Yeah, not because I like to play the game or anything. Please.
Очаровашка.
Alright, so now we have 2 character cards. That's everything we need, right? Yup. So, are you ready to start? Alright, then let's begin. Welcome to the world of Genius Invocation TCG. Simply put, this is a game where you control character cards to duke it out with your opponent. Pew, pew, pew! Once you've defeated all of your opponent's character cards, victory shall be yours! Now then, you're gonna need a character on the field to start with.
Let's finish this, swiftly.
First, we roll 8 elemental dice at the start of every round. These dice correspond to elemental energy. We'll be spending these dice to perform actions. Once the roll phase is over, you'll enter the action phase, where the real game starts. During the action phase, you can spend elemental dice to perform various actions. Of course, the most common action is to use character skills.
Пипира. Угу.
Not bad. You just made your first attack. During the action phase, both sides will take turns making their moves. After you use a skill to attack your opponent, it's their turn to attack. And as you can see, once the enemy finishes their move, it's our turn again.
Так. Понятно.
Now, these are Omni-Element dice. They can be spent on any move regardless of the elemental type. So, we're gonna use them to pay for the pyro dice needed for this skill. That was pretty good. That's one opponent down for the count. Bam! But the game has only just begun. Remember? You have to defeat all opponents to win. As much as we'd like to attack again, seems like we've run out of usable dice. In that case, let's end this round. After you end round, you won't be able to do anything else this round. And once everyone chooses end round, we can move on to the next round. All right, here we are, a fresh new round. And
And a fresh new round means time to roll the dice again. That's how we're gonna get the elemental energy we need, after all. Ooh, that's some terrible luck. Well, there's no way we'll be able to use D-Luke's skill now. But don't worry, situations like these are why we have the option to reroll. Once per round, you can select all the dice that you don't like and reroll them. When the action phase begins, the player who first chose end round in the previous round takes their turn first. This means that since you finished first the last round, you'll be the first to start this round. Alrighty then, let's learn a little bit about energy and elemental bursts. Each time you use a skill, your character will gain 1 energy. Once D-Luke's energy is full, he can use a powerful elemental burst, but we're still 1 short. Never mind, let's start with a normal attack instead. D-Luke's normal attack only needs 1 pyro die and 2 other dice of any type. In any case, your normal attack needs fewer pyro dice than your elemental skill. Now we have 3 energy, plus we have enough pyro elemental dice left over. It's time to use your powerful elemental burst!
Verdict
Айс-шейкер. Там 4.
In an actual game of Genius Invocation TCG, you need to use multiple character cards to form a party. Next up, it's time for your second character card, Kaya, to take the stage. Oh, it seems like any move by Kaya is gonna cost quite a lot of cryo dice. When you deal cryo damage, you'll cause your target to be affected by cryo.
Dodge this!
Good! Now our opponent is affected by cryo. This is a good time to learn about elemental reactions. Different types of elemental damage affect enemies with different elements. When a character is affected by certain elemental combos, an elemental reaction will be triggered. At the moment, your opponent is affected by cryo, so we should try and use a pyro skill on them. Looks like we have to switch active characters, though. Oh, that reminds me. Both sides must have 1 active character, while others are considered standby characters. Normally, we can only use the active character skills. Now, if we want to use the skills of our standby character, we'll have to switch them to the active character. In this case, we'll have to switch to D-Luke. You can spend 1 elemental die of any kind to switch a standby character to the active character.
Let's go.
Switching characters is an action, just like using a skill. So once it's done, it's your opponent's turn. Most skills can only target the active character. As you can see, your opponent just attacked D-Luke. Alright then, now that D-Luke is our active character, it's time to use his skill. Because the opponent is already affected by cryo, dealing pyro damage triggers the Melt Elemental reaction. When triggered, Melt increases damage dealt by 2. This will allow you to deal loads of damage in one go! Genius Invocation's elemental reaction system is pretty cool, huh?
Еще 2. Ой.
All right! Next up, let's learn how to use card types other than character cards. These cards are all known as action cards. Each time a match starts, you have to draw 5 action cards to form your starting hand. Uh-oh. Looks like we don't have any elemental dice we can spend to make an attack. Seriously? We still don't have any usable dice even after that reroll? Well, never mind. Even in cases like this, we can still attack. We just need to put the action cards in our hand to good use. Don't underestimate action cards. They can grant all kinds of support and buffs to your active character. Take this one, for example. So playing this action card will require 2 of these. See the symbol? Yeah, that means you'll need to play elemental dice of the same type. Some other cards will cost you these instead. The cost requirements for these are much more lenient. You can spend any kind of elemental dice. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, though. For now, just play this action card. So, playing an action card from your hand is a form of fast action. Fast actions do not end your current turn. Simply put, you can continue to act even after playing an action card. Well then, you have your blade. Time to test it out. But wait, D-Luke's elemental skill costs 3 pyro dice, and right now, we don't even have 1. Well, not a problem. This is where we can use a more advanced mechanic known as elemental tuning. By discarding 1 card from your hand, you can convert 1 elemental die into the element of your current active character. And this card isn't useful right now, so we might as well use it for elemental tuning. Sometimes, you won't be able to perform any actions you want to because you didn't roll the elemental dice you wanted. In Genius Invocation TCG, keeping up a constant flow of combat is much more important than the number of cards you have. In this case, well, let's just take all these useless cards and use them for elemental tuning. Just like playing cards from your hand, elemental tuning is a fast action. Come on, hurry up! Use elemental tuning to get yourself 3 pyro dice. Well, would you look at that? Finally, we now have enough elemental dice to use Searing Onslaught. Because you have the White Iron Greatsword equipped, Searing Onslaught will deal 1 extra damage! What?
Ну, надеюсь, это будет последний, и потом квест закончится.
Now comes the final part! Hoo-yeah! In a real match, you can make adjustments to your initial hand. At this time, we can select any number of cards in our hand to shuffle back into the draw pile, and then draw the same number of new cards. What? Once you have confirmed any adjustments you wish to make to your starting hand, both players have to select their starting active character at the same time. Oh boy, this one's a real doozy. We gotta take it out pronto. Let's see how you do this time. Remember, start by selecting your initial starting character.
Let's go.
Look at you! You sure are getting the hang of these rolls. Now let me teach you one last trick. You can preview your opponent's actions. I mean, that is to say, you can read their intent. Check it out. So here's where you can see all your opponent's intentions for this round. All your opponent's intended actions for the round will be listed here in order. Reference this to come up with effective countermeasures and easily defeat your opponents. Well then, that's the end of the tutorial. You're on your own from here. May
Не дослушала, ну сорян. Так. Мы что-то должны сделать, да? Я не... Все.
Wait. There's one more thing I almost forgot. Every time you hit an end phase, you get to draw 2 cards from your action cards pile. Remember, you have to make use of both your elemental dice and your action cards to win.
нас экипировано, нет, осталось. Только один. Ну ладно. А, да господи, как? А, 4. Ух. Захватывающая дух карточная игра. Собирайте свои колоды из карт персонажей, их действия, вступайте в яростные сражения с противниками и побеждайте их в честном бою. База броска. Шанс перебросить. Элементальные дайсы. Универсальный элемент. Навыки.
All right, cool. Those are the basics. What we just played was an adventure challenge designed specially for new players. Genius Invocation TCG can be played in duel mode, where each player brings 3 character cards, or in adventure challenge mode, with a fixed deck for each challenge. But the rules are all the same. As long as you understand the basics, then you should be able to take on any of those rowdy booze hounds.
Although I feel there are still many details to grasp, I think I understand the basic premise of the game now.
That was quite the detailed explanation. I didn't know the Cat's Tail's famous mixologist had such an eclectic skill set.
What? Oh, when did you get here?
I stepped in while you were in the middle of your explanation. I hope I didn't dampen the mood.
You have slow reactions. Wait, are you copying me? Shut up.
Shut up. Class.
Anyway, what are you doing here?
The Cat's Tail is a player in Mondstadt's alcohol industry. Naturally, you have some collaboration with my winery. I'm here today to discuss a few items of business with Margaret.
Too bad she just left. But if you head off right now, you might still catch up with her.
Never mind, it's nothing urgent. In fact, I think I'm now more interested in this card that you're using to teach them the game.
Wait, this card? It's Diluc's character card!
Although I have some degree of experience with Genius Invocation TCG, seeing this particular card is a first for me.
A customer left it behind a few days ago. But he wasn't even playing the game while he was here.
Oh? And what sort of a customer was he?
He wasn't wearing an eye patch, okay? He had a light complexion and a super serious look on his face. He wasn't much of a talker and looked like he was just drinking his worries away. Never seen him around here before.
Эй. А нет.
Eye patch, you say?
Gah! I was trying to give the opposite description, but I just ended up giving it away. Sorry, guard captain.
Нет, угадала.
Don't worry. Somehow, I don't think he'll be giving you any trouble over it.
So, what about the Diluc character card?
I don't mind. It's just a card with my image on it.
I didn't expect Diluc to be familiar with Genius Invocation TCG.
The game has been catching on lately. It's hard to go anywhere without hearing it mentioned. Every now and then, I'll sit down and play a game with the customers in Angel's Share. I was hoping we could play a game, but this issue of someone leaving a character card with my image of the cat's tail is very intriguing. It's getting late, and someone has some explaining to do. We'll have to have that duel another time. Good. Then I'll take my leave.
You know where the door is. Uh-oh. Guard captain.
I hope Kaya will be alright. Well, now that we are familiar with the rules, why don't we try playing a game of Genius Invocation TCG?
Ooh, 2 new players having their first ever duel. This sounds like fun.
У нас же карт нет. Какая дуэль?
But in order to play an official duel, you need to have 3 character cards.
Именно.
Remember, a complete deck has to have 3 character cards and 30 action cards. Got it?
Then, let's use my cards. These were mixed in with all the others I had received. And I didn't know what they were for at first. But now that we've learned the rules, I can see that this one must be the Sucrose character card. Now, it looks like we each have the Kaya, Diluc, and Sucrose character cards. So why don't we have our first duel?
Подождите, а у нас-то откуда карты?
All right, let's duel.
О, боже мой. Ну ладно, ничего не понимаю.
Unlike the adventure challenge you tried previously, duels are true tests of strength between 2 players. In a duel, your opponent can also use action cards, and they'll also be able to grab new cards during an end phase. At the same time, your opponent must also spend elemental dice to take actions, so you'll be unable to view their intent.
А, понятно.
Are you ready? It's time for some exhilarating fights to the bitter end.
Ready when you are.
Да, 2. Так, я не поняла. Мы всегда по активному бьем, что ли? Вот это неловко вышло. Ну, ладно. Да, видимо, да. Но он это сделал первым. Она, в смысле.
Stand clear.
Оу. А почему мы переключились? А. Так, я не понимаю тогда, как это работает.
Ready when you are.
А, мы не можем это делать. Ага. Вот, теперь, по идее, мы сможем, да ведь? Использовать навык.
Don't get frostbite.
В смысле? Один только? Я не понимаю, как эта хрень работает. Или я не то нажала, или я не то выбрала. Да нет, вроде то, что надо, выбрала.
According to the rules, it costs dice and energy to unleash an elemental burst.
Давай быстрее.
Animal hypostasis emulation.
Так, это что такое? И чё?
Let's finish this swiftly.
Господи. Слишком много букв.
Need to make... Darn. I didn't factor that into the equation.
А, нет. Так, давайте посмотрим, что у нас будет. Нет, нет, сразу. Почему ход противника? Или он первый? Она первая. Ладно. Так. Ну, подождите, а у него что, двуручное ведь? Да, у него двуручное. Так, значит, у нас... Ладно. Так, стоп. Элементальная гармония. Давайте выкинем вот это. Что еще можно? Вот, и теперь мы, по идее, можем вести, да, ведь?
Cool it!
Яуч. Ага. М-м-м.
I'm not done.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
А, можем. О, боже мой. Какой там стрёмный Итто. Так, что у нас? Вообще все левое. Так.
There can be no excuse or defeat.
А, стоп, сперва вот туда давайте выберем этого.
I want to help. Okay, one character card defeated.
В чем? Интересно. А, давайте гармонизацию устроим. Угу. Так. Ага.
Stand clear.
Так, мне для этого что надо? Мне надо... Так, я забыла. А, кстати. Гармонизация. Еще не хватает. Чуть не хватает. Можно?
Enhanced Animal Module 75!
Давайте конец раунда.
Where did I go wrong?
Yay.
I can't believe I lost when we had the exact same character cards. The rules must be more complicated than I first thought. Every decision is a difficult trade-off in this game. If there was only a way to transplant the arms of the two standby characters onto the active character's body.
That's not how the rules work, Sucrose. Don't be a sore loser. That kind of thing is looked down on in TCG circles.
Oh, I am sorry. I was beaten fair and square. I know that. I just can't stand losing. But it was a fun match.
Paimon didn't know you could get so competitive, Sucrose.
I always get a little upset when I lose.
Она вообще-то про себя только говорила.
It's like that with my research, too. It always gets to me when my experiments don't go as planned. Especially when there's an alchemy genius like Albedo around to compare myself to.
You lost me at alchemy and experiments. But I'm pretty sure it's normal to feel that way.
Вообще наоборот сказали, что это нормально расстраиваться. А у нас это... Ладно.
Playing cards is no different. Each game you lose makes you want to win the next one to settle the score. And the desire to win pushes you to improve your strategy and build a better deck. Seizing victory through a winning combination of luck, skill, and experience is where all the fun of Genius Invocation lies.
But what if you keep trying and never win a single game?
A losing streak, yeah. That'll definitely get you down. But it's way better to keep trying until you win than to just accept you're a plain old loser and give up.
You make a good point, Diona.
Besides, Sucrose, you're already making great progress. It'd take at least 8 of our regular booze hounds to match your level. You played well this last match.
Thank you. I'm just a little disappointed to lose, that's all. But Genius Invocation TCG is a really fun game.
Good! Having fun is the main thing. If you ever want to play again in the future, feel free to come by the Cat's Tail. But don't expect me to play with you. I just mean, this place probably has the right atmosphere.
I'll definitely be back.
All right. I think you should have all the basics down by now. I need to get back to bartending. Shiyan's likely been busy making his tavern more popular with his delicious cocktails. Pui, pui, pui. And we can't have that. Burning Mondstadt's wine industry to the ground keeps me pretty busy, you know. So if you need any more help, go bother Shiyan.
I see. So you have now grasped the rules of Genius Invocation TCG.
That's right! The Travelers, Sucrose, and Paimon are TCG players now! Paimon picked it up from watching you and Sucrose.
Becoming a TCG player is not as simple as that. You cannot call yourselves true TCG players until you have passed the test. Sobering words from Prince there. But I'm afraid he's right. To become official players recognized by the Genius Invocation TCG Society, you have to pass the test. It's just a tabletop card game. I'm not sure how you would plan on achieving something like that. Basically, to become an official and recognized TCG player, you have to best 3 opponents in a duel.
So, You have to win 3 duels against 3 different opponents?
The duel you just played can count towards this tally. I agree. Although I didn't get to observe the match myself, I did listen along, and from what I could hear, you both performed at a rather high level.
Same way you can hear what Prince says?
A well-trained ear is a basic skill expected of anyone hoping to become a TCG master. But back to the matter at hand. The Traveler only needs to beat 2 more opponents to become an official TCG player. Sucrose, you may have lost the last duel, but don't be disheartened. I can assure you that winning 3 games is well within your ability. But first things first, Shuyen. Before that, our TCG newcomers should receive their free gift. Oh yes, my goodness. Completely slipped my mind. I'm lucky to have Prince here to remind me. Everyone who wants to start playing Genius Invocation TCG is entitled to claim a free casket of tomes.
Oh, Timaeus mentioned it, didn't he? It was from the light novels he's been reading. The thing that the main character found in his attic.
Да помним, давайте быстрее.
Oh, that's right! The soul of an ancient TCG player was trapped inside, right?
Да, давайте дальше.
So the casket of tomes is actually real?
Well, actually, all card cases in Genius Invocation TCG are called caskets of tomes. Not only do they provide a reliable and sturdy container to store your decks, they can also sense when other people in the area are also carrying a casket of tomes with them.
Oh, Paimon can guess what you're gonna say next. The reason they can sense each other is because they have the souls of ancient TCG players inside.
That would mean an extraordinarily high number of people in history have been turned into disembodied souls as a consequence of playing card games. No. The real reason that it can sense other caskets is because it holds a nifty little mechanism invented by Sumeru scholars.
Darn, what a letdown. Alright, now let's see this casket of tomes already.
All caskets of tomes are issued by Margaret, so you will need to see her to claim yours. Probably for the best. If Prince and I were responsible for handing them out, knowing how eager we both are to promote the game, we'd probably have dished them all out by now. Okay, so go and see Margaret to claim your casket of tomes, use it to find another player, beat them in a duel, and then come back here.
But even for the Traveler, that's only 2 wins in total. What about the last one?
I shall choose the final contestant he must beat in order to become an official TCG player, for it must be one of comparable prowess. Excellent plan, Prince. Happy dueling, both of you.
Я думал, это быстрее квест пройдет. Чё они такие длинные, ненужные вещи делают? Я не понимаю. Просто рассказали, такое есть, показали правила и все. Господи.
Hello, you 3. Has little Diona finished teaching you the rules of Genius Invocation?
Давай быстрее, ларек.
Ah, I see you're here for your casket of tomes, aren't you? A very useful tool indeed.
So this is a casket of tomes.
That's right. A purpose-built case for your card deck that can even detect when someone else nearby is carrying one. Gosh, whoever invented this must have seriously disliked being alone.
Yeah, well, even the most fun game is pretty lonely if you got no one else to play it with.
True. So I'm glad that these customers, TCG players, are able to congregate at the Cat's Tail. You're not wrong, but that's secondary. The important thing to me is the opportunity for like-minded people to come together and enjoy their favorite hobby. It creates a nice atmosphere. Anyway, now that you have your caskets of tomes, it's time to find some opponents.
All right. In that case, I'll go find some people to play against too. Let's meet back at the Cat's Tail in a while. Thanks. I'll do my best.
Может быть, Фишер будет последним. дали перейти кого-то. Ой, ну отстаньте. Пока ничего нет. Извините.
There's a player nearby! That way! Let's go see! Aha! It's you!
I'm sorry. Is there anything I can assist the two of you with?
We want to become official Genius Invocation TCG players! But we have to pass the test first, so we need to beat 3 players in a duel. Our Casket of Tomes led us to you!
Oh, I see. Unfortunately, I'm on duty right now. I see you're serious about this. Very well. As a fellow TCG player, I cannot refuse an earnest invitation to duel. So be it. Then let the duel begin.
Ой, нет. А,
Let's finish this swiftly.
это именно приключения сейчас, не дуэли. Блин. Не то сделала. Ну ладно. Хуже только стало, ладно.
Time for retribution!
Gosh, I lost. You're remarkably good at this, considering how new to the game you are. Let's play again when you have some time. But ideally, not when I'm on duty.
Ничего, что у нас принципиально с тобой разные карты были.
Victories under our belt. Let's get back to the cat's tail. Paimon wonders who Prince is gonna pick as our final contestant.
Любас Фишель.
I sensed that he had what it took to become an official TCG player, but he has returned to the tavern more quickly than I had expected. Defeat the opponent I have arranged for you, and you shall become an official TCG player. I look forward to watching this game immensely. Not just Prince. I can't wait either. Come, your opponent is waiting for you in one of the private rooms.
He won't lose to them, whoever it is. Right, Traveler?
What ho, fellow voyager of the stellar void. Yes, even I was briefly discountenanced when I heard the tidings of your sworn oath to become the thrice victorious. But so be it. You who are enslaved by dueling desire, be released from your shackles into the glorious arena of gladiatorial combat. Step forth, O brave challenger. Your princessin grants you an audience. Hearken well. The wretched clock chimes yet again, as the declining light of the day grows dimmer still.
Pardon my directness, but we have not been waiting that long. Mein Fräulein could afford to be a little less impatient.
Huh? Paimon knows those voices.
Your opponent sounds anxious to begin. Do not delay. That's what Prince said. Please enter and enjoy your Genius Invocation TCG duel.
Так, ну что, принцесса.
Paimon knew it! It's Fischl and Oz!
Who else but the princessin? For, as the name of this hallowed rite suggests, only when the wisest of heroes is summoned can the master of cards hope to be crowned the champion. This path is a treacherous one. It must be tread with great caution, for eternal doom and damnation are but one wrong step away at any given moment. That is why none is more suited to appear in this audience chamber than the princessin, whose Aug de Verurtelung des großen Kaleido-Phantasmus has witnessed 10,000 battles across 3,000 worlds.
Они специально Фишель сделали в качестве оппонента, чтобы еще сильнее растянуть квест, да?
Oh, is that right?
Indeed. Mein Fräulein has watched many games of Genius Invocation TCG, and has gained a solid grasp of the rules. Even in a duel between beginners, it is best that both participants are well versed in them.
Oh, that's true. Ah, this makes sense now. Prince did say that he was gonna pair us with someone of a similar skill level. Guess that means Fischl hasn't been playing that long either.
The princessin needed but a single glance at these mere machinations of mankind to discern their working principles. Thus, with speed and brilliance paralleled by lightning alone, do I now arrive here at the gateway to yonder circle of secrets.
Mein Fräulein, too, has bested 2 opponents thus far, and is therefore one step away from becoming an official TCG player.
So there's a lot on the line, huh? Either Fischl or the Traveler is gonna come out of this duel as an official TCG player!
Indeed.
The princessin herself heeds the call of fate and descends to this realm from the Immanakreich. Yet still you dare to doubt the inevitability of the inevitable. Your stubborn foolishness is contemptible.
Mein Fräulein, I implore you to consider less odious turns of phrase, lest you be forced to feast on your words in the fullness of time.
What? I shall not lose, Oz! What say you, Outlander? Do you wish to make an enemy of me, the Prinzessin de Vertelung, who even now begins to strum the strings of fate that shall sound out the traveler's requiem? Then I say it is time to see what you are made of.
Так. Кто это, интересно, кстати?
Let's finish this, swiftly.
Да, вот неплохо. Так.
Ready when you are.
No rest for the wicked.
Так, раз мы выбрали.
Oh, so sorry.
Так, что у нас здесь? А, это энергия. Все, поняла. И что для этого надо? А сколько надо? Не поняла, как это работает. Что-то я не в теме.
Let's go.
Мне нужен огонь. Так себе получилось. А, ну ладно. Универсально все.
By royal decree. This is but a small sacrifice necessary to achieve ultimate victory.
Так, это что у нас? А, вот это, кстати, интересно. Сменить.
This will be interesting.
Так, и что я хотела сделать?
Freeze!
Всё.
Get out of here!
Ого! Фига себе!
Doesn't look good.
Вот ты
Now
дерзкий.
see what happens to those who dare defy the Prinzessin!
А, у нас по умолчанию ее дали. Ну, давай.
Animo test 6308.
Couldn't break the.
What happened? Oz, with lightning twixt upper and lower mandible, strike thy pointy beak into this obstacle and remove it from my path.
Mein Fräulein, I cannot simply attack the traveler.
Так. Что у нас еще? Его можно брать.
Animal hypostasis emulation.
Открываем. Виком. Так, кто у нас сейчас? Немо. Ух. Так себе получилось, ладно.
Cool it.
Хрена себе. Вы видели эту наглость? А, вот, кстати. Одинаковых. А вообще? Еще раз.
doesn't look good.
Impossible! Ugh! The cursed dragon looms near once more, casting its dark shadow on the slender threads of fate, hiding them from my vision. Traveler, was even this part of your plan?
What a truly ingenious plot, and what an exciting duel to witness.
Congratulations! You've won 3 duels now. That makes you an official TCG player.
Yeah! Oh, Sucrose, you're back! Does that mean...
Yep. I've won 2 games so far. When I got back, I heard you were in the middle of your final duel, so I came over to watch.
Nice! Sucrose won too as well! Great work!
It seems I am forced to admit, fellow voyager of the Stellar Void, that your mastery of the cards is second to none. To commemorate your glorious ascent to a battlefield beyond this lowly mortal realm, I grant thee an incarnation of my majesty in miniature. As you embark on this ingenious vocation, may you wield it in battle against all your fated foes, that not a single one of them may be left standing.
Да, давай.
Main Fräulein wishes to give you a Main Fräulein character card.
Да, мы поняли.
Wow, it's Fischl's character card!
'Tis a mere token of such. To the victor of this splendid duel is a boon of commensurate splendor due.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. I am also a beginner who has won 2 games so far. Might I also have the honor of joining you in a duel? If you would be willing, of course.
Nothing would delight me more. I hereby grant you permission to join me in performing the hallowed rite of genius invocation.
One other thing. When I got back, Prince and Shuyan said there was something they needed to give you if you managed to become an official TCG player.
No card game in the world has a card like that! Paimon bets it's some kind of prize for making it as an official TCG player! Let's go get our prize!
Погнали. Девочки пусть пока играются.
3 electro dice, I summon my eternal familiar, Osvaldo Hrafnavine, to my side. Heed my invocation!
But, Main Fräulein, I have been by your side all along.
I mean in the game, Oz.
Then, I'll use Chaotic Entropy to invoke a large wind spirit that deals increased damage when it carries an element other than Animo. So...
Oh! So be it! One shall not be swayed by such a feeble attack.
Мы аж зазевались. Да, играют.
Ah, so it was you who won the duel in the end. I knew you'd do it. Congratulations! You are now officially recognized members of the Genius Invocation TCG community. Very well done. Now, I will explain to you what becoming an official TCG player entails. The first thing all new official TCG players receive is their TCG Player's Handbook. This handbook tells you exactly what you need to do to become a top-tier TCG player. Make sure you read it. Secondly, a range of Genius Invocation merchandise is now available for you to purchase here at the Cat's Tail. So you see, becoming an official TCG player is really just the first step. And thirdly, whenever you wish to play a game with a friend, you can use the invitation board there. Whoever you wish to duel against, simply invite them to the tavern for a game. Yes, it's right by the bar counter. Once you get the hang of it, you can play with your friends whenever you want.
Про друзьями они имеют в виду реальных игроков или в смысле персонажей из игры, интересно?
That's it, really. If there's anything else you didn't quite understand, you can always come and ask me. Yes, indeed. I'm quite sure they will. Oh, sorry. I forgot to translate for you. Hope you have fun playing Genius Invocation TCG.
Ну, наконец-то. Так, священный призыв. Призыв. Да, это именно персонажи из игры. Ладно. Так. Ага, уровень игрока 1. Еженедельные гостевые испытания и дуэли открытого мира. После повышения уровня игрока открывается испытание в таверне, подбор в дуэли, голографические дизайны и другие функции. Кроме того, разблокируются новые дуэли открытого мира. 2, 4, 6, 9 уровень. Также повысить задание в бла-бла-бла. Вы получите задание для повышения уровня игрока, для выполнения... Так, открытые карты 54 из 27. Карты D. Господи, боже мой. Награды. Получите награды. Ей. Встречи, дуэли открытые. Вот это мы пока все закрыли. Ну, понятно. Сколько их тут, интересно, не знаю. 10. Короче, есть над чем работать. Посмотреть карточный ассортимент. Собственно... Но они уже у нас есть. Разве нам есть смысл покупать повторно карты? Прикольно. Карты экипировки. Требуется приглашение на дуэль. Рубашки. Голографический дизайн. А вот это, по-моему, карты, чтобы они красивенько атаковали вроде. Наверное. Карты экипировки, карты поддержки. Короче, работы тут дофига. Так, и давайте сюда тыкнемся. Ну да, вот, можно пригласить Кею, можно пригласить Делюга и все. Так, Сайну, кого тут можно приглашать? Мингуан можно пригласить. Аяку, Ганю. А чё, у нас никого нет из Иназуму почти? А, ну только Аяка из Иназуму. Нет, Аяка, Йоимия. А почему Мику нельзя? Почему Сёгуна нельзя? Ладно, понятно. В общем, я думаю, на этом все. Буду баловаться в карты. Не то чтобы я люблю подобного рода игры, но придется и в это тоже теперь играть. Так, сейчас я куда-нибудь... А, нельзя отсюда улетать. На этом тогда закругляюсь. В принципе, на следующей неделе, скорее всего... А у нас, кстати, никакого ивента... А, у нас ивент еще не запустился. Ну, как раз-таки. Когда запустит ивент, это получается на следующей неделе. Хотя, странно, я был уверен, что они его сразу запустили. Ну ладно. Короче говоря, что я хотела сказать, что на следующей неделе, не знаю, будет ли стрим по Геншину. Может быть, будет, если там что-то будет, что поивентить. Ну, в смысле, будет какой-то ивент, и может, хотя я, конечно, не хотела бы начинать ивент в первый же день. Там, как всегда, ничего толком не увидишь. Ну, посмотрим. Может быть, будет бездна, но вряд ли. Мне кажется, бездну надо уже начать делать, пока она не прошла. Вот. Но, в общем, все. Я думаю, что завтра, скорее всего, будет опять Вальгалла. Я хочу дальше попытаться пройти забытую сагу. По большому счету, я посмотрела, сколько там надо прохождений. Я явно не смогу это все сделать завтра, но буду лежать в сторону прохождения забытой саги. Вот. Там надо то ли 8 прохождений, включая последние 2 мира дважды. Так что там работа непочатый край. В общем, всем спасибо за компанию. Лайки, подписки, колокольчики, дискорд-сервер. И пока-пока.
I command the thunder in all corners of the world to cease. Rest well tonight.